Hello everyone. Oh, the mic is working today. Well, today. Technically today was yesterday when the mic wasn't working and I was very sleepy. Let's just ignore the stream that I tried to do last night that I was half asleep the entire time. Let's just ignore that happened. I deleted the stream just in case. It was very embarrassing the fact that the mic wasn't working. And I'm just talking about it. That just makes it worse, isn't it? Whatever. I don't remember where we were at. Yeah, whoa. Anyway, I don't remember where we were at. Where were we at? Alright, we're gonna go to the other side of the building again. Like, we finished the rose garden and then we were gonna leave because I finished cleaning the crime scene that was burned to a crisp, I think? This case is very long and I forget half of the shit that happens. Anyway. Francisco was. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Chill, woman. Welcome back, Mr. Edward. Come on now. Now, come on. Let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. God, I'm surrounded by very excited teenagers. Okay, now we can finally leave. And enter this area again. March 14, 10:37 p.m. Babaly's Embassy, Secretariat's Office. To think after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. It's not like it's the first time we have to revisit the crime scene, Kay. Hi, Mr. Edward. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palermo, but I have yet to find his killer. And I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight, it was the work of the fake Yatagarasu, okay? Nobody fucking cares about the distinction. Okay, honey? I understand that this is about your dad, like I understand, but I can promise you no one gives a shit about the distinction. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Palermo. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure! Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Palermo. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Palermo. Just to show me awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Kochen's killer. We don't know that yet, however, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key to Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it, that woman is almost definitely Mr. Kochen's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Does he look the same that he did like 10 years ago? Well, 7 years ago? Yeah, actually, it's kinda weird that he looks exactly the same. Like I aged. You aged. How did he not aged? He's probably a vampire. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kinda looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. Well, this could be how that person escaped. Hey, people cannot fly naturally. Come on. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. But let's see. Let's recheck everything. Ambassador Paulino, will you happen to know what these char remains are of? I don't know actually, but I don't think there was anything that should be inflammable. And so it remains a mystery as to what was burned here. I mean, it looks like paper. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Albast. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Cotopia. This is one big clock. Hey, does this one have a bell that pops out like a Coco clock? I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime. Really? It's going to be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then. Is it that time already? Time sure flies when I'm involved in an investigation. Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun. Okay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know? Yes, Gramps. It looks like all of the souvenirs suffer some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson. What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu. The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf. You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere. You can buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. You both are so dumb. We still don't know where the blade of the Babyliss knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it? The charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and round and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But they're not alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a record baby. Right round, right round. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Do people, like... Are ceiling fans not common in Japan? Like, that people are pointing out the ceiling? Like, are ceiling fans not common in Japan? That is an actual question. Like, most places I've been, like, most, like, houses I've been, my house has, like, a ceiling fan in most rooms. I just find it interesting that they point out the ceiling fan and Kay doesn't exactly know what it is. Or like she has a really weird comparison to it. Because like that, like I assume she has to have seen one. Like, I don't know, I always thought that ceiling fans were common everywhere. So this is a real primitive statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say.
Hold it!
Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edward. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue is worth. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. It just feels kind of weird, so. Ambassador Paulino, what exactly used to be here? That used to be a stack of brand new pamphlets. But it looks like they were all burned up. I guess we'll just have to reprint them. But no matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Babyliss tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! Although recently the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Burguinia. But we refuse to lose to them, so we've been hard at work promoting Babal. Interesting. Well, I've just recently returned from a trip to Burguinia myself. Oh, and how do you like it? It was alright. I probably shouldn't bring up the fact that I was a suspect on the flight home. The national symbol of Babal is around here. There's nothing especially strange about it. Is it just me, or did the butterfly gain an antenna since we last saw it? Even if it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? Maybe. You don't know that, Edward. It appears that Mr. Cochen's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left to tell the tale of this murder. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside was burned, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold a wonderful promise of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. A fireplace, huh? So all offices have them too. Two? There is a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Albastian office. However, we found something that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershare in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. Ah, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edward. You can see all the Albastian embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edward? You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where the Master II was killed. What? You don't mean the Master II? Oh, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though the Master II was merely an imposter of the original. It appears that this area was severely damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started in examining everything. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I am a prosecutor and it's part of my job to examine things. Technically, Edward, it's not your job, that's the police's job. And my job is to be a great thief. Which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. There's a bottle of Babalis ink on Mr. Cochen's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of it left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Babalis ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on the statement for me, please? After we stop investigating this shit, Edward. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Babal sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind, what else? And I steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? Why I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Looks like a bunch of flyers. Oh, okay, it's the same. Oh, I thought that it was a different thing. Manny Cochen. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. You think that maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. There's only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. I see. Ah, the most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? It looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that the mouse would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Albaz, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia? There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. Huh. You know what you like, Mr. Edward. Curiosity and an imagination. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through the drawer, through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. It seems that the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edward. This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. Wait. That thing.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. I just realized it looks like an ovni, like a unidentified flying object. It's probably from Area 51. Was it 51 or 21? 51, right? Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes, the notepad is a souvenir for somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of seeing them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burned to a crisp of the fires? Ambassador Palermo, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case... Ah, did you figure something out? This note was found in Albaz. It specifically was found being firmly grasped. Firmly grasp it. By the murder, Damas II. Damas II? Then this note. Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damas II to steal the Primitive statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alba's Primitive statue. We wouldn't know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were written by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be a great help, Ambassador. And I think that's everything here. Unless can I deduce something else? I already checked this earlier, but I never has to take another look. No, okay. Ambassador? Tell me your shit. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babyliss Embassy tonight. What a butter all of that was. We need to get more stuff that is not flammable. Wait, but only one? But the only fire we know about is the one after the Jamming Ninjas show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jamming Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floor of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goings, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jumping Ninjas show was the second one of the night. Exactly! So the fire I witnessed was the second one. And not in the... Like, it seems to be primarily located in the second floor. You don't realize that maybe the fire is smaller because the first fire happens and you see, specifically in this CG, you see the damage on the other parts of the building. But if it's primarily located on the second floor, like, it can rise up. It does do that, it rises up rather than go down like cold. But, like, it could explain the fact that it was that damage in comparison to the second floor where the fire was just starting also. Also, for the record, the fact that it rises up is the reason why houses in really hot places are really tall, like the walls are really tall, because the idea is that that helps with the ventilation. And that's why you don't do that kind of stuff in areas where they are really cold, because all of the heat goes up and the area where you would stay stays like less hot. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. Oh yeah, completely ignore that. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. Oh, okay, it was the 3rd floor, not the 2nd floor. I guess the perspective is kind of weird from that CG because Edward is looking upwards. I think it was left over embers from the fire on the floors above that it caused. That's... I should put this, a very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 1st floor, Manny's office here. And Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Palermo. Look at me going, no. Now then, what was it that you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Ko-chan's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see, I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version. Alright, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Ko-chan and you do this morning? Like, what did you do today? What was your activities? Did you go on a date? I hope you went on a date. Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jumping Ninja. But Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Ko-chan's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the primitive statue and the Babyliss knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer need and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek with old Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. He was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babyliss ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Edward, you'd be surprised how much, like, administrative work is doing absolutely nothing. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. Because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. And the photo shoot. I went back to after the photo shoot. I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Ninjami Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. And my office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Paleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edward. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Yeah, the ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green? What was the cause? Well, wheat crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babaly's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink. I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Wait. Okay, I wanna test the fireplace game, god damn it. The Mask the Second. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired the Mask the Second. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu on the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. But you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. And did Mr. Cochin know that? About Babal's primitive statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We had to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, he'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized that he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? Gay. Not really, but also. He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or I will be. I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edward! Hi, Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is it? What is all this, Grammy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, detective. Ah, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamics just like theirs back in the day. Yeah, but I think you have it the other way around. I think that Edward is the bad, like the detective bad person in the relationship, and Gumshoe is your dad's person in the relationship. You know what I mean? Like that's the vibe that I've gotten. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And I do. I'm going to become a good detective just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet! So, what now, Mr. Edward? Oh, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon? Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird has take queen, one alone remains all seen. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Okay. It seems that there are things you said what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person K so used as well. What is this? Is it some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday? Yeah. I feel like her device is also somewhat illegal, probably. I believe it's time that we return to our investigation. Let's see. This must have been the large flames Ambassador Paleno saw. With flames like this, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. And this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor. Until the Eternos appear and cause a steering babal, I suppose. Yeah, that sounds about right for the time frame. Again, I guess Mr. Paleno was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body... Actually, that almost makes it sound like it's on purpose. We can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green? What did what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? I don't know why I read that weird. I feel like I read that weird anyway. Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that you are thinking that what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as the green flames? The ink.
Take that!
What do you... Come on, dude. Yeah, it's literally... Like, it's a Babyliss ink. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. Sorry, it really isn't related after all. Hey, you honestly apologize this time for being wrong. I'm always honest. And that's a good thing. Now just keep on doing it. I need to think about this a bit more carefully. If I stay calm, the answer should come to me. I mean, you want the silhouette like, we know the Bubbly's ink, like, burns green. Like, you want me to put the... Really? You want me to use a lantern? The silhouette lantern, its green flames come from the wheat crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wheat crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wheat crystal oil. Ah, you mean that thing Mr. Paleno was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wheat crystal oil that Ambassador Paleno was mistaken about. I just wanted to check what was on the third page.
Take that!
Bubbly's ink is made from wheat crystal oil. So it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Bubbly's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edward. It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. The Bubbly's ink, this is the source of the green flames. Oh, the bills.
Take that!
What would consume that grade of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Shenfa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go as far as to say that he stole Bubbles' printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to investigate it as well. Yes, I suppose so. We caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? Your secretary is like an important part of a smuggling ring of counterfeit bills. You haven't just caused trouble for a couple of countries. Like you're in so much shit, Paleno. You wouldn't even know. Oh god, Minos. Like, you're in so much shit, my dude. It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. But they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Okay. His grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flushed against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanism or something. Ambassador Paleno, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the inside of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edward, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? A good length of wire that was found wound up inside Babal's grandfather clock. That is, in fact, a lot of wire. Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Pelenos that put the wire in there. And perhaps it was Mr. Cochen's killer who did. It looks like one of the Bubbly's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem. Especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's natural treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. Okay, that's the same. I've seen this before. Yeah, no, this is the same. Yeah. Oh, okay. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right round like a biker baby. Right round, right round. They needed to add like a record. I see that we're just referencing one of the greatest one-hit singles. Wait, what? Wait, is it the 60s? Isn't it 80s or the 70s? Is Dead or Alive a 70s or an 80s band? I always forget. Like, You Spin Me Right Round is from the 70s, isn't it? I'm gonna have to check that later. The people just have to reference it. What can you do? So Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jamming Ninja TV show. That's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edward. I can't believe she took me seriously. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. Okay, this is the same as before. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same as before. A fireplace, huh? So, well, yeah, that's the same. Yeah. Yeah, this is the same as before. Interesting that it's not pointing out that. I'm gonna check the statue last. Is it the same? Okay, yeah, this is the same as before. Okay, comfortable. That seems like the same. Yeah, this is all the same. Thanks to the repeated dialogue game. The piece of the desk is largely unchanged from before the fire. Yeah, I just got a little burn, that's all. It's a very fine desk. I'm sure that even now it's still usable. If it's that great, why don't you trade your desk with it? No. It was just a suggestion. You didn't have to get all monosyllabic on me, you know? So by this time, the primitive statues had already been swapped. Oh god, I think it was, I thought it was Edward. So by this time, the primitive statues had already been swapped, right? They must have been, as this one is covered in soot. What lousy timing, and just as the two countries were about to become friends too. It would have been better if I had stolen it than for it to get caught up in a fire. Okay, I think I understand your sentiment. However, if you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right? If you could please stop stealing my lines. Okay. Wait. Could it be? No, okay. No, that's fair. Okay, so... This is the same as before, it appears. Yeah, this is still the same as before. Let's see, have we checked? And not that. Okay, we saw that. Is there anything that I haven't checked? First. Yeah. We check the fire. Check this. Check that. Okay, we checked everything. Gumshoe. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct? Yep. You sure did. I also have put out one fire, sir. So that first fire took me by surprise. I had a third time escaping the 5th floor. But as I tried the elevator brigade, someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burned to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh. Maybe someone read it in a fit of a panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babyliss embassy at all? I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Albast. And that's also when a suspicious person was spotted in the back, which caused a panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Albas was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious. Now when were not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean Callisto, you. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kochen, then disappeared. By the way, Detective, did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members as I was weighed, and I was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? Yeah, we should do that from now on there. Well, you know, it was sent to me, being lost, that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kochen's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried our runners was that good. And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edward. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Damn. Damn, Edward. Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Agent Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the fire first. Then during the second fire, I heard she was basically chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? I examine everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. Ambassador Paleno, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Albastian side of the embassy. Oh, 2 embassies actually used to be 1. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even when the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We work hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo up with the jamming ninja? Yes, that's right. You mean, I mean, what's a photo like what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another other expression of a boss obsessively competitive spirit with Albus, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. I could connect the dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Yeah, that is in fact the last piece of information that I needed. I believe it's this too. There it is. The Albasan and Babeli sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Albas, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving back wall! It sounds like something out of a ninja house! Whoa, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace there? What? This embassy hold that kind of secret. There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edward? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used a revolving fireplace. It looks like there's another fireplace, though, doesn't it? It looks like just another fireplace, though, doesn't it? So, how do you turn it again? In all of us, I had to push where the X was on the firewall of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Ah, you scared me, sir. There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradictions to the fact. But we found an X where you thought there'd be 1, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? I want rest. Nook and cranny. Only thing inside this fireplace is starter wood. Huh, that's odd. This doesn't match up with what Mr. Paleno said earlier. What is the meaning of this contradiction? I want to check the, is there anything else? Okay. Okay, you just want me to... Not even the curtain? Okay. You just want me to do the thing. Okay. And then...
Eureka!
Ambassador Paleno, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh, where did all the ashes go? Good question. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edward? You don't really think that Ambassador Paleno is lying, do you? No, there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Hey, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll light in the ashes from the burnt files and... Looks like we pretty much figured out everything. We pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, this is what Mr. Edward is known for, you know? There is really no need for you to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. I do want to check though. Yeah. The agents Ambassador Paleno left here have disappeared. If we follow where this piece of information leads, we should begin to see the truth. It's time to use your secret weapon, right? Yeah, go on, sir. Use your special skill. I'll ignore your strange phrasing for now and focus on this information we have instead. Just a little further, I can sense the truth lying on just the other side of this. Literally, in this case. If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn. A revolving fireplace wall. That's neat, sir. We should hurry up and... Wait, detective. There's something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there is also something I'd like to test. Like what, sir? I'll tell you later, detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. Okay. Oh, continue. I pressed it again. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, logic time. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Paleno said that he spilled some Babyliss ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you are in pursuit of is Mr. Kochen's killer, and after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Wow, Mr. Edward, you figured out the killer's escape route! I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, Detective Agent Sheena. Yay! Ah, it's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochen. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she's hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir. Is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edward? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on the Master Second's notes. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now! We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it! Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself off that much for such a simple task, Detective. Well, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Bubbly's Inky Spiel ambassador is there on the wall, in the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is? Now we're short on time. So if you could please hurry up through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, and the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border the key misused all 7 years ago, the fact we haven't figured out a thing regarding how misuse is related to these embassies. Mr. Edward! A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted, like this fucking case makes me. What are you saying, Mr. Edward? I thought you were the one who said it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy, and I can help with that, then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Yes, Edward. Yes, you are. This is the kind of shit that Edward asks Phoenix. Like, every time they have a break, like the second that Edward comes back and they're together again, it's like, do I sound boastful when I do that kind of shit? Like, do I look like an asshole? And Phoenix is like, yes, hon. Yes, you do. Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edward? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay? That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Ha ha ha, yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Ed, we're back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. It's just gonna fuck up my lungs. He's just so passionate. He is passionate, that is true. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yes, well, a bit of the unburnt ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually care about, then I'd get it clean, but you know. I see. Very well then, as you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. And that is... I will have to explain to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis and Mr. Cochen's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let's go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Okay, I think that this is the time where we have the Sheena encounter, as I refer to mentally. Sheena's encounter, is the first of the really long verbal fights that we're gonna have for the end of this case. The worst one being the final one, for the record. But Sheena's is long. This is gonna take a while. Like, this is not a simple case. This is not easy, by all means. And Sheena is not the most annoying character in this case. She is close to the most annoying character in this case, in my opinion. Like, Sheena is not a good experience, if you ask me. March 14, 11:33 p.m. Theatre Nontalis lobby. Agent Lang? Lang, she says, little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the Elder Wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor. The counterfeit bills made with Babilis Inc. They were all of Shenfa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Wong Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was opened yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Shengfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. It's not just the money, the citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Long on this. And I have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Shenfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Fuck you. I'm a bad person, because if I was Edward in this situation, I would just be like, I'm not sorry, fuck you, flip you the double beds, good luck on the trip, have a safe trip back to Shenfa, bitch. Fuck you, this is my territory. Like he's such a pain in the ass. He's been a pain in my ass the entire time. I would literally just be like, yeah, fuck you guys. I'm smarter than you, not my fucking fault. Don't start. It's not your fault. It is. Fuck you. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. No, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Because you fool, because you're empty brain. You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment to... You, Waldman, and the secretary lady, holding objection, pal! Detective Gumshoe, have you got the result of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, how long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't charged of about investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edward? I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. And my boyfriend when I have the time. You and your fucking boyfriend, I hope you get married soon. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. I should have known. that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. I'm sorry, Lang, but you cannot replace my boyfriend. He's much better at this shit than you are. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you got, Prosecutor Edward. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in the ball, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right, the person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretend, and what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it! I first spotted a suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babali side. I called out to that person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do! I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochan's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. When I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light and then... Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? Huh, that's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through the door, they would have run into this person. Oh, right, Gumshoe. Because Gumshoe, like, she heard the scream, so Gumshoe would have had to see them.
Take that!
Wait, is not Gumshoe? Yeah? No. Oh, wait. Oh, you mean Sheena? Oh, okay, no, because, like, Gumshoe was the second person to get there after Sheena, but technically, yeah, I should have met Sheena at some point.
Take that!
Your answer is Sheena. Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochan's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room door. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped. It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in the hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time? Me, sir? Well, I heard when I heard Kai's scream. I ran towards Mr. Kochan's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must consider under these circumstances the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edward. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes. I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But it is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route that Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Mr. Edward, it's time to bust out with your revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babalese side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth might escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty auditor of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that. Well, no matter. I figured out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since a near picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu escape? I guess that Big Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that! That's bloody common sense! I've dealt with several cases where these bullshits came up. Shut the fuck up, Lang. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself, bitch. Sorry, I need to hydrate for the sake of my throat. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kei was chasing after. You can say whatever you like in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kei saw was not the same as the one in the photo. Wait. Wait, I'm not entirely sure. The only thing that I can think of is the wire. Because what would happen here, like, this is what I'm thinking. Like, that is clearly just the coat. It's not the person wearing the coat. That's just the coat. Wait. Like, it would make sense if, like, the wire was used to prop this up, but, like... That's the other side. Like, that thing is from the Albastian side, it's not from the Babalese side, isn't it? Like, you can see it, like, that's just not the area that... Okay, but how do I prove that? Because the most reasonable thing is showing the photo itself and be like, hey, this is not the right side of the building, it's the opposite side of where they're supposed to be going, because the fire broke out on the Babalese side, and this is clearly the Albastian side. I guess that would be the thing that makes the most sense.
Take that!
Yeah, it is. Thank the Lord. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu I saw. Okay, spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. I mean, there's also that, I guess. Yeah, way to go. That's 12 to hit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer, but can you? I mean, you could argue that maybe like got out of that window and it's just like flying to the other side. I guess that's the argument that is happening here. But by the positioning, it feels more like, I don't know, like you just jumped from a window on the other side. You know what I mean? Although there was also the fire thing. I'm just reasoning in a weird way, I suppose. Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. You can. Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flow with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Albastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babalese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained it in my stead? Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena? You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Back with the Ace... I don't know how active the Ace Attorney... The Ace Attorney, like... Anon, like... The King meme, like the Anon King meme for Ace Attorney. Like, I don't know how active it is right now, but back when Investigation was out, the amount of Lang and Sheena content that was like just, you'll understand later. Boy, there was a lot of that shit. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalese embassy? Okay. Time to get annoyed. During the first Babalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babao. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the room next door. Next over, rather. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all that I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person running to meet the Kouchen's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your own investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? Yeah, sweat like a motherfucker, Lang. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapons owner? Yeah. Now that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. I'm sorry. Is it it's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicious anymore. Right, Mr. Edward? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Then let's put that to the test and see if she is really worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Reap Lang is gonna get so much reap today. No, wait. I want to press her first.
Hold it!
So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort. I was in charge of the police on the Beverly side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. I mean, Edward, to be fair, depending on the country, firemen are technically part of the security forces. I'm not even joking when I say that. You have volunteer firemen, and then you have like firemen that are actually like of the government, which technically are considered part of the police force. Clearly not all policemen, but that is how it is in some countries. She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary. She kinda seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Oh, I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. Sheena's more than just a capable secretary, you know? Sheena, tell him what other things you're good at. Alright. She didn't tell me though. I wanted to know if she knew how to sew, or knit, or cook. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the 3rd floor of Abal, correct? Yes. That wasn't the suspicious person who spotted him, Abal. Then you were after the same person in the local that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatarasu. Because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the 3rd floor via the windows. The majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the 3rd floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the 3rd floor. And you did that alone? Yes.
Hold it!
So you were in the room next to Mr. Kochan's office? I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Kochan's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up. And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. Look! I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that. Aww, not you too, Mr. Edward. Well, what do I take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatarasu, Agent Sheena. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange. Being in the room next to Mr. Kochan's office is a problem with your testimony. He knows that we know. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Albastian of his fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Albas isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Kochan's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of these smiles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Sheena? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kei saw in the quote. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochan's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kei under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. Everything you say will be used against you in a court of law. How dare you make Kei look like a bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Sheena? That laugh. Yeah, same bitch. I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills on my spine. It can be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are so very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking this too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of your voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question. Is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall was used recently? I mean, yeah, like, it's the fireplace. I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Palermo's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kochan. Oh. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palermo said that he forgot to. He forgot? And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Kochan's office is the proof. And just what is so funny? Just proof. Are you even allowed to submit certain flaky evidence in court? Legally, yes, actually. You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This is really just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left all those years ago. I still remember you, you piece of shit. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Let's get justice for all, just like Phoenix did that one time. Nothing is evidence if I said it's not. I mean, kinda. That's her attitude anyway. In my eyes, all you prove is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. You can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. His honest reaction, yeah. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Kochan's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She has seen through the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't had a peep of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Okay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edward! You're right, I will see this through to the end. So, you gotta get her for me, Mr. Edward. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match, you'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. And then went all of the really sad fix of Lang being depressed because him and Sheena had like a thing going on. Very well then, Agent Sheena, shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. Giving her a chicken laugh is the best choice that I've ever made.
Hold it!
So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. I got her. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu key and the document detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babyliss knife handle yet. You see, my subordinates work hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, alright? Whoa, Agent Lang really stick up for his people. Lang Shi says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there is always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace special way? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we going to do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol's agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babyliss investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there is one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. Okay, so... I'm trying to think... It's a wire, isn't it? Like, it's a one thing that nobody's found and nobody mentioned. And it's like, you should have checked the grandfather clock, like, what if there was something there? So it makes the most sense that it was the wire.
Objection!
Like, how could you avoid not seeing the wire? It's a very good TV series, by the way, The Wire. I didn't like it, but I understood what he was trying to do, and it was good. It just wasn't for me. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babyliss embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Kochan's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Kochan's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Kochan's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Yeah. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence anyway.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Amaterasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena, and it is not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor. Furthermore, we come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Amaterasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is only one location that no one has yet to inspect rather. Our team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. The other room. Like, it would be this room. Wait, no. No, actually, yeah, it would be this room.
Take that!
The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kochan's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edward, do you really think that Miss Sheena's the Amaterasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. then I'm not going to let her get away with running in the name of the Yatarasu. But can you prove that she's a Yatarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment, as if that detective has a brain for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babalis ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that is actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edward, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You heard that Mr. Edward maybe is the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, a possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Aww. Thank you for giving them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it!
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. She's just trying to get away with it. She's been trying to get away with it the entire time, and it's not gonna work. I say, let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang! Sheena, let's put it all in the open now. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are going to examine, sir? I need to examine the coat. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir! Then remove that wig, girl. Here's the deal. We don't even know if that's actually her real hair and she just dyes it. It could be her real hair for the record and she just dyes it. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly, Agent Sheena. The Yatarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. Aha, now you have it wrong. That suit probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same powder out there that I got on my coat when I went to the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know? So unless you can prove the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. What? How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Me, sir? What did I do? This code. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find a coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace was solely a coat. That's quite what... I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for you the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh? And you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. Ink.
Take that!
Babalis ink. Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Palermo, he burned some files in the fireplace that morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this code turns out to be Babyliss ink, it would prove that you and this code went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babyliss ink on the code, Ham. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? Oh, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the code is Babyliss ink. Her first mistake is her claiming that it was her code. Yeah, she could have just said that it wasn't, like... It would just have, like, stretched the inevitable, because we would have found out that it was hers at some point. But the fact that she immediately admitted that it was her code was the first mistake. We can find out whether that is Babyliss ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Babyliss ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stain area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Pina, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wait anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can like smoke bombs. Then if I could please have 1K, we can get this experiment underway. Flame! Green. It's the same color as the flames with crystal oil produces, which means Babyliss ink is a product with crystal oil. Green. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. Huh. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatarasu's other wing. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatarasu. The one who killed my father! It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? My boyfriend tells me that I have no sense of humor. Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies through the darkness of night. Well, not always. You can see ravens during the day, Edward. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edward. Will Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this and clip this Yatarasu's wings for good. It has to be the key. It has to be the key.
Take that!
Wait, it's not the key? What do you mean it's not the key? Wait, if it's not the key, then what is it? Oh, the perfume! Maybe. Or the peak. No, the peak is for the other stuff. It's for the handle of the it's for this thing. Wait, what was it then? Like, it has to be either the key or the perfume. Because, like, there's no other thing that it could be. Dude, that knife is very valuable. Oh, fuck off. Okay, fine, it's a perfume then. Okay, okay. Like, when you said the Yatagarasu, I thought you mean Callisto you. I didn't think you mean you, Kay. Yeah, no, I know. If I use it, yeah, I know, it's a perfume. I thought, like, look, you said the Yatagarasu saved it for 7 years. I assume you meant the other fake one, Callisto you, and not yourself, Kay. No offense. There we go. It's a perfume. This perfume, this will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Hugh just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Ben Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on these to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? She laughs so crazy. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. Ah, you're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edward. At least to you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. I mean, yeah, at least she's not hiding it anymore. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time. Very good! Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. She def used him as a boy toy. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like... Again, I'm not sure how active the Ace Attorney King meme is in this day and age, but back in the day, the amount of fic of these two, like, with the, with this entire thing as, like, the backdrop. Oh yeah, it was insane. Like, there was so much shit back in the day. A lot of hair broken Lang, too. Callisto you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're here, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto you, that's just one of the many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Callisto you, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadget, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't. I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday too possesses such laughable honesty. Oh. Kay! Ah, you let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edward, the Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know what that is? Well, why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the attacker always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the attacker always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Do you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither person. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Bern Fardir nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edward! I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer will have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the third member of the Yatagarasu? I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Ha ha ha, why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. It was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow wary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Okay! It's over, Sheena. Your leg! Agent Lang! You idiot! What were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? It just reminded me of that one line. What am I living for? Wait, was that the line from... Yeah, no, it's horny. It's also horny, I know. It's from, like, Mega Man X. I don't remember which one. The one with Zero. Oh, no, wait. The line is like, what am I fighting for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she's my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that. That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Yes, sir. Hey, I found something. What is it, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm going to return this Babyliss knife now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. Babyliss knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto Yu. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochen's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Kochan's killer. You killed Mr. Kochan with the Albastian knife. He really died just like boop. Like just fell in like boop. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babyliss knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up?
Objection!
You craft an engaging tale, Edward, but there are two problems with it. Problems in what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Bernd Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's why I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Kochan's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another. Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you. And take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatarasu. You were going to take Little Thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant excitement. You know, you could have chosen not to do it. Then why? Why did you become a vendor of the Yatarasu? Why? That's not why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning. What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now, to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Kochan? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you, then, that I was the one who set the Babyliss embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then why start two fires? Sorry, I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait! Miss Sheena! Yes. When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can't have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edward. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Angel Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. Like the Terminator. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot. Actually, I'm still bleeding. Thank God it was my thigh and not on a vein. But I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Oh no, he's probably in shock. Like, usually when you enter shock from the pain, you stop feeling the pain. He'll start feeling the pain in like... Give it a couple of minutes as he walks about with the bullet in his thigh. He's walking very slowly. That's so funny. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I peer into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who has given her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is a real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edward, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jamming Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. These are a bit... There is a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can finally retire in peace. And I won't get killed 4 days before retirement, like it happens with half of the cops in the present. It happens all the time. You kind of wonder why we don't get retired earlier. I think I'm gonna go home to my wife. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. You did a good job, Edward. Thank God you're not live on Karma, that piece of shit. I'm glad he's dead. I don't care that I'm saying that in front of his daughter, though. I'm glad that he got fucking killed. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of the Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edward, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. Again, I'm glad you didn't end up live on Karma, that piece of shit. I feel like I can leave it all on your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad! Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Come on, Sam, she's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edward? Detective Bad... Wait, no, you are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edward. Mr. Edward... Here, I should give this back to you. These are the pages from my KG8 files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. You were the guy in the office? Huh? Wait, what? Mr. Edward, I must apologize for last night. I can't believe that it was last night. You would think that like a week happened between the events of this game. Or even more time. But actually, it happened in the span of like 2 days. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, and Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. And I still think we kind of have a point. The justice system is kind of fucked, and the police are bastards. Viva la revolución! That's where we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings company had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We call ourselves the Yatagarasu and flex our collective muscle. We expose all sort of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it. I guess technically she stabbed Faraday in the heart, and then he stabbed me in the back in the process. If we want to get extremely technical about it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU, she never had a sister. What does that means? Tina wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. Kind of a fucking bitch if you ask me. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edward, this trump card that we struck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card. That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. Pulling a revolver Ocelot? She really does just pull a revolver Ocelot when you think about it. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kouchan had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card done with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we call ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it, and apparently it burns a bright green flame which set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Babyliss ink? The fact that the card that Kouchan was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. Trump card. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally after the other day's kidnapping case. Fuck you too, Amano. This video. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatarasu, but rather a detective's card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is... Whether you use them or not, it is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who can... Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. I'm gonna go enjoy my retirement with my lovely wife. I also have grandchildren. They're pretty cool. They're into this thing called Fortnite. I don't get it, but I appreciate their enthusiasm. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatarasu. I'm gonna go see my wife after I get out of jail. Pops! Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Yeah, Pops, why is this happening? This is injustice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. I already have a good lawyer. At most I'm gonna do community service because all of my crimes are like 7 years ago. And most of those crimes prescribe at 5 to 10 years. It really depends on the crime. But anyway, at most I'll probably do like community service. Maybe stay in jail a couple of years. Live on good behavior. It's been a while. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yes, sir! Well, is this really the end of a legend? The jingle feels so out of place with that ending, doesn't it? But yeah, don't worry about Detective Bad. He's just, at most he's gonna be in jail for like 1 to 5 years, and he's gonna leave earlier for good behavior. Realistically. March 15, 12:07 AM, Theatre Neutralis lobby. So now we know who the Yatarasu really was. It's been a while. You know what? It's time for me to get my coffee. If I don't get my... Here's the deal. I know what happens next. Next is the ending sequence. Like, I'm not joking. We're gonna get the ending sequence, like, about now. And it's long. So I need to go get myself some coffee because if I might be able to do it in one sitting. Like, this might be just doable in one city. It's just very long and annoying. So I'm gonna go get my coffee and then we'll continue, and we might actually... I thought that it was gonna get longer because I thought that we had more time between finishing what we're investigating, we're doing, and Sheena. But we're close to the end, basically. Like, we're about to get there. So I'm gonna go get myself some coffee, and then we'll see if we just speed through the actual ending of the game. And we'll end investigations 1 today, but we'll see. For now, I'll come back once I have my coffee. I'm back. I'm sorry about the wait. The coffee took longer than expected. I'm trying to make the voice of JF Kennedy from Clone High, and I'm not very good at it. I like your magic words. I like your weird words, Magic Man. Wait, that's not even how the joke went. God fucking damn it. Whatever. Whatever, I have my coffee. And that's all that matters. So now we know who the Yetogarasu really was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like the entire ending sequence, Edward. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. There's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-80 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. This man, it's Manny Cohen. Cochen. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you feel that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no ways related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Yeah, wait, what was that? Huh? That video played just now. Please show it to me again. This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. I wanna... Perfect.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this has to be an official government car. The question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Carmen, Mr. Edward, so you were here all this time. Ambassador Alba? Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Quercus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? You've apprehended the thief that turned this empathy down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't you leave the rest to the Albacian and Beverly's police? Ambassador, we are so close. We just a little more and... Miss Von Karma, I don't hate I made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, but as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Albastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Chifu! We found Mr. Edward, sir! Chifu, this way! Yo! Don't mention my yeah. Wait for it. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what, bitch. Really? Wait for it. Wait for it. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. I don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. Oh, this radar investigation really will come to a close. I miss Sheena. Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do. Oh, I'm glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You? Now? There. Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Kochan's murder. That was Oshina. Lang Shi says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the Mask the Second's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma! Excuse me? I was the killer! Wait! But that's impossible! Yeah! Although that whip is actually quite... Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make! Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did, but what does that have to do with anything? And getting to that, furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Albast and Babel, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence that I am the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you. I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things that they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset now that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Albas yet. If you let Kai in, then you've gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and ready to go. So Detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. So like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. Freshly brewed coffee. March 15, 12:53 a.m. Albastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Okay, now let's go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babao. The weapon that took his life was one of Alba's ornamental knives. And then the body of the Master II, Mr. Kashi No, was found here in the Albastian Ambassador's office. Though, through our investigations, we found that the murder weapon was this primitive statue. And that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, says, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off. Agent Lang? Do you understand the full implications of what you're saying? Of course I do, Sid, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the terrorist's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. And that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire. Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show you that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapon across country lines. Hey now! He stopped the whip. Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Albastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence, because I care. I do ask you to stop being a shit to my boyfriend. I refuse! Please, I'm asking nicely. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Master II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edward? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. You can figure out how the murder of the Master II is related to the smuggling ring. Then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-arguments to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. You expected that there was gonna be nothing more with Lang after he got shot and shit, but actually, he's still here and he's still a pain in the ass. He has never stopped. One of Alba's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochan. The murder weapon in the killing of the Mas II is Babal's primitive statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So long as I can explain how the weapons moved about, Francisca will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's possible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Shi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor! Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Shi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. I'm pretty sure that I just have to press him on the last statement. Like, because there is one other person who clearly can do this, but I can't present people unless the game prompts me to. Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guys at Bodor, she's the only one to go back and forth. The seed there was in Albes when the Yatarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Kochan's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. Then how do you explain the primitive statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons cross the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the primitive statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Okay, so I need to present evidence here, but I need to figure out what. Game, please. The sign of these things are rather eccentric for her sticks. Huh? Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I have ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? That's a secret! Curious, sir, and curious, sir. Like, there's two possibilities. Because, like, the issue is that I cannot present a profile. Because presenting a profile would save me, because I do know someone who crossed the lines. That would be Larry when he was wearing the Steel Samurai costume, and he was carrying the Iron Infant with him on like this giant cart thingy. So you could use the cart to move about, like the stuff, the weapons, or you know, anything for that matter that can be hidden. The real issue here is that I'm not sure what else I can, like, what am I supposed to present in this situation specifically to make this work? Because the only other thing would be the hair sticks. And it's the hair sticks because those hair sticks are the same things that are used for those passion flowers who happen to be in this very office. So those move between the two offices as well. Otherwise, I'm not sure if there's any other object that could have moved between the two offices to prove otherwise. Like, those are the two things that come to mind. I guess the samurai ducks could move about, but that also implies, like, you know, it's the people in the Steel Samurai costume. So, like... My issue is that I don't think I have the evidence to present there. Uh-huh. Wait. Wait a minute. It wasn't 2 objects, it was 3. Because it's not just one of the statues. Both of the statues were exchanged.
Objection!
I found your mistake, bitch. Agent Lang, those 2 items are not the only 2 to cross the border tonight. Oh? The Master Second was killed with Babal's primitive statue, yes? But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alba's primitive statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the 2 statues really were switched, then this means that those statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items was smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the deceased is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Albas and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the 2 countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unarmed. If I point it out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us the way to move between the 2 countries. Is it the fireplace? Like, I'm trying to think. I guess he did say that he didn't want to bring it up, so the photo.
Take that!
Oh, I hate that. I hate that it's the photo. Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. Ugh, the supernatural photo. Like I said before, humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that she now somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. That's the kind of thing that my boyfriend would do. And I won't allow you to take back what you said earlier. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Edward. Edward, I think you know exactly who it was. Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's very trail shadow is... the fake one. Wait. Is Albus the one that is... yeah, because like the one from above was the fake one. So Albus' primitive statue is currently the fake one. Because it's empty. Like it is not heavy. It can actually be just flown about.
Take that!
That's how it was moved. Naturally, this shadow is a third smuggled object, the primitive statue replica. You can't be serious. The Tarasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Aigen Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? And how exactly did she do that? He's literally burying his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as it remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisca was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Stop calling me pretty boy, only my boyfriend gets a right to do that. Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edward, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear it. I would like to hear about it from you, like a good older brother. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up to until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But what if she has to, what if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time? I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl. No! As you wish, bitch. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Albastian embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. Now the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Okay, and I need you to tell me more about that. Like, I need details, woman. At that time, the Seconds body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. Excuse me, I have coffee in my hands. And I'm drinking it. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal would say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around at the time here in my office. Alright then, add that statement to your testimony, and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he?
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How do you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. If what you saw is true, then when you enter the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. He is quite large. But unfortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know? Yes. The plants in this room, they are like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? Do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. We got them. We got them!
Objection!
We got them. Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha! I knew it! I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edward! What are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like that? Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicious for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine the flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind the discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask you that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edward. I understand. I won't rest until I've expected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh, this patch of soil looks as though it had something removed from it. Hey, what are you doing, Prosecutor? But you clam up all of a sudden. I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know? You know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence. Ugh. Looks like 2 things are pulled out of this flower box. This flower box appears to be made of marble. It looks that way. But so what? Is it something that's so important that you absolutely had to mention it? No, not exactly, but... Miles Edward, you do understand the current situation, don't you? Yes, of course. I am fully aware of the situation. Oh, then in that case, allow me to ask you once again. Is what the flower box is made of really all that important? Yeah. It would appear that the construction of the flower box is not that important. This watering can has a rather robust design. Mr. Edward, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested. Yeah, I better examine something else. Okay, fine, I'll examine the thing that is important. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edward, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Yeah. I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it lasts until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. The hair sticks. Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is it really all that important to the case? Of course it is, idiot. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Yeah! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Albast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hand, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. That's, Good question. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? Gives me some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha! So that's why! Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? So it is. The shape of the support stick is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support stick is... Good question. A support stick? Wait. Wait. You.
Eureka!
That's a cross. Hey, wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather these plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Edgeware, the correct term is crossbow bolts. It's bolts. You don't call them arrows, it's bolts. It's different, okay? That's a correct term. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. This thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, bolts, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So Babal's statue was wrapped in the Atarasa's clothes and then shot over here. Even if you fire the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statue didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The primitive statues didn't sprout wings. Huh. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of the crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary for this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wing. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Okay. Here's the deal. Clearly what happened is that they used the balls to tie the wire. And then they used the wire to pass like you know, to pass by the statues and stuff. Like that's how it worked, I assume. That's why the wire was such an important thing to hide. I think that this is where I have to press. But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with a crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. That's very easy. My brother in Christ is a wire.
Objection!
Finally we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochan's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Albastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babyliss Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alba's primitive statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's primitive statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity, from the 3rd floor of the Babyliss Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Albastian Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha, I think I finally saw how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick, I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is a motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's primitive rotary, swinging, rotary, like your, you know, it's like a pulley system. Like you would rotate it, you know, so it goes to one side and the other. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously, get real, the statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Lang Shi says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. The fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Shi says, no! Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up into two different rooms. The co-conspirator breached the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to the valve where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. Ah. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer? Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. That is true. I like pudding. Putty, putty, putty. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt of a length of wire, out of a length of wire, I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transport method possible. Fan.
Take that!
Looks like you just dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case, and thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Albastian and Babelis offices, and that the passion flower support sticks could be used as arrows. Bolts. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miss Edward? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. I mean, it would need to be the crossbow arrows, technically? I mean, I think, anyway? Yeah, because it's like it's the one thing that defines this entire case. Or like this entire hypothesis. It has to be someone who knows that these crossbow arrows can be used. So it has to be the owner of the crossbow arrows. It's Ambassador Alba. It's Ambassador Alba. This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew about the officers had ceiling fans tells us that the person has a very detailed information of the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower was with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Quercus Alba! Are you out of your mind, Miles Edward? I am certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all this stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If you were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. I mean, this was a fake one. So, is it Babal's Primidoc statue? Like... No, it has to be the other one. It has to be, like, he brought the Alba's Primidoc statue, so he wanted it there. So this has to be the piece of evidence. I would fully understand the reasoning. The reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the problem of swapping the trouble of swapping the real Primidoc statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primidoc himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he picked that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador? I suppose that's possible. You can look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Perhaps it's supposed to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. That's... Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the... is this? Hey, is that what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Albas to begin with. The Primidoc statue can only be handled by the Ambassador of the Secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the Ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into the Mask II. Surprised by the thief, the Ambassador raises the replica statue of the Mask II and... Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai's sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you piece of shit. I just had to finish my coffee. You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess, and it's all because of you? You're the one who killed the Mask II? Answer us. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Vibration. Quit screwing around! I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, is that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity, my conclusion is anything but, and is a result of logic and investigation that I stole from Miles Edward. Ignore the last part. Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Their honest reaction to that. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me. You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis, I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did. I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the Ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca's bait, you were able to gain us entry and an investigative right. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the Ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you, for now. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detective collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor's. That's just how it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know all about that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guild into the seas. But fortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser! If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity. That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit place was hidden inside the statue.
Objection!
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? You see reverse psychology on me. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after which points to this man as a ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, if we can see to it that justice is finally served, is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. Why am I in the same Why am I in the same flashback as Von Karma? He's a piece of shit. Edward, why did you put me in the Von Karma flashback? That sucks. This sucks, Edward. No longer follow the path of man from Von Karma, that piece of shit. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu because it doesn't suit me. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? You know, Edward, if you had been in the entirety of the plot of Justice for All, you and Phoenix would have resolved this argument, because that's like the concept of Justice for All as a game. Like, what is law and what is justice, and how do people receive justice, and is justice really the only way of doing things? Like that was kind of like the entire creed of like the plot of Justice for All. Just saying, you could have been there with your boyfriend. And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is what I must make by my own hand, here and now. Look, Edward, I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to think, what would Phoenix do in this situation? What would Phoenix do? I think he would do it. Like, he's Phoenix, right? He's a piece of shit. He would absolutely do it, Edward. I believe in you. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show Ambassador Alba. I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. I know it's the Von Karma path, but we're doing an exception. It's the Von Karma path, but we're doing an exception. And we're doing an exception because if you played Apollo Justice, this is exactly what Phoenix would do. Or rather, what Phoenix would force Apollo to do. So, because I remember the first case of Apollo Justice. That was fabricated evidence that you gave me, Phoenix. I remember that. I remember that shit that you pulled. So by all means, Edward is not imitating Von Karma, he's imitating his boyfriend. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It's a directives car used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This car was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Kochan. Oh, so why do you have such a car in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edward. Do you have any proof that the car contains directions from the ringleader? How do you know that the car is not the only thing I was given? What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident. The car and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit, I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in this case, the citing pieces of evidence you presented. The prey that Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. Well, at least he's putting it in the Yatagarasu's sense rather than Von Karma's. March 15, 1:34 AM, Theatre Neutralis lobby. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. This is where the real meaning behind Detective Bat's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the car is a detective's car from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the car was used to relay an order. The section where you can clearly see the car. Again, please.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the car in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a car with the exact same design on it. But that car and the one you have. Are you gonna say that they could be different? Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. Blood. This dark red blood, yes, this is proof. Proves that the orders on this car were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as a fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building is an official Kodopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring to Kodopia. I believe it's this part here. No? If you continue presenting completely irrelevant evidence like this, I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart. Perhaps it's time for you to retire. Dude! Wait! Oh, god fucking damn it. Okay, no, it's the car then. Okay, it's here.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directive's car in it tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Cochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Yeah. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Yeah. Ah. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists, so naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. The scoliosis heel, he got hit with the anti-scoliosis cannon. Because of evil? You know, I believe that evil could cure scoliosis. Ugh, that arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. We finished here, boy. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. And there's the, God damn it. Game, please.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba! What is it? You were once an army man in the service of Kodopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Huh. Oh, I the sudden backhanded praises, boy. Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodopia. But now I'm the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person who could be sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage, idiot! It is clearly the exact same medal as the one on your chest! This is how it will be. But I won't look back. For this is the path I have chosen. Yes. You move with me. You move me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edward. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? I'd almost look impossible, isn't it? For the lot of you have come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well, I have decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess, and I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the master's second murder, I admitted I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense. The master's second attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done that, what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance, bitch. Sorry, this is the part that oh, I don't know how long it's gonna be. Like, I remember this guy being like really, really long. I'm not giving you one. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need to see some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. The man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is a proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I shoot. But the Master II didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on, it's nothing to work up over because I hit the weapon. You hit it. I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. I mean, not really, but I guess Japanese people are a lot more serious about the self-defense thing, in my understanding. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. It's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. You see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edward? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. God fucking damn it, you piece of shit. No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess I still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's to it. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense! You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the Master II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Oh, that's what you mean! Extraterritoriality! That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Albastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Albast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate, that's your job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating it right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. The day Bison destroyed your village may have been the most important day of your life, but to me it was Tuesday. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Albus has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you could change the backdrop of a little game. These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? Oh. Yeah, we need to save. You know what? Let's go over time. I might be able to finish this. Like, how much do we have left? Like, sincerely, how much do I have left? Oh god, actually, I think I'm checking the amount of chapters in this game, like the amount of saves, like obligatory saves that the game gives you. Yeah, we're gonna have to finish it tomorrow. We're gonna go until the time, but I thought maybe there was less, but no, there's an investigation sequence after dealing with Alba the first time, and then it's the long series of arguments with him. I had forgotten that because I'm so traumatized by the part of the ending of the game. March 15, 2:11 AM, Teatrum Neutralis, lobby. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality! Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can lay a finger on him. I know. It fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I got some business to take care of. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? Well, okay, historically, a lot of the beginning of like police investigation and stuff was originally made to search for slaves that escaped their owners. Like the very few first police as we like know them today were basically just people that search for escaped slaves. So the police are inherently evil, and then laws, like you have to go back to like the Romans and the Greeks for that shit, but really a lot of it was convenience. Only certain group of peoples could like vote on shit. So really, I'm not saying that we don't need laws or like people who protect the order, quote unquote, though the police is clearly not what we need in that respect. But let's just say that the system is rigged and fucked as it is right now. It can't be changed. We can't replace it with something better, but right now the system is kind of fucked. If the law can't help us, then I'll go under the terrace and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edward. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. You know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of the country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? You are retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack. Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find a rotten treasure hidden here. This is right! Come on, Mr. Edward! You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you! Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Albast. Are you sure you can enter with Alba being there? Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Bunch of flower data erased from my organizer. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Albastan soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murdermas II ran a smuggling operation and made counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin in Babao. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babao also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. We must destroy his diplomatic immunity. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their request to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Look, Nook and Cranny. There appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that the old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? Yeah, This thing? Yeah. It's for that. As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
Eureka!
Babao's national symbol is a butterfly and Alba's is a flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old Haida tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah! Yes, it's a handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then the knife in this photo is almost definitely the same as this murder weapon. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. I bet he's thinking something evil behind that cheery smile. Okay, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. I don't think there's anything else that is important here, exactly. Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There are so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Albus and Babel, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. Let's see. This was checked. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios! That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio's being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the Purpose the other day. The mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's his name? You mean Miss Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Huh, never underestimate my powers of recollection. Okay, this... Wait, really? It's just here? Let's see. Just in case. There's a troublemaker standing there, smacking the center, making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh, hey! The person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you said he! You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Mr. Paleno has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Codopia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who is always thinking of his country, is really to be admired. Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Codopia are locked away. And we will! Okay, and I think that's really everything that we might get from here. Could it be? No. The thing is that there's really nothing else in this area. Wait. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sashi Slash! That was the first time I seen that special move. Which only happened because someone broke their spears. But, well, the Yami Ninja stage show climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks. I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Yami Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. Actually... maybe? Because, like, if it's undergoing renovations... we know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Babalese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most gain? Good old Alva, obviously. He's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the conspirator of who is mopping up and Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cohen. Cochen. I never decide which one it is. It could be both, technically. Because of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochen, Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the Ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochen was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is a real killer? I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochen was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Mr. Cochen pushing real hard for Mr. Palermo to be ambassador after the reunification. Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alba's Primidoc statue. So Mr. Cochen hired him as the second to go steal it for him, but when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochen. It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Albast, but Mr. Cochen body was discovered in Baba, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochen was killed. A place where the Albastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalist Mr. Cochen. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed a murder is... I mean... it has to be the theater. Is the only place where they are likely to meet. Like... Where else would it be?
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Albastian land, so that wipes out one of the extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Albas and Babal's. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Albast. I wonder if they would allow us to see the records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edward. Siska. I have here the security footage from both Albas and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. I love security footage. You move fast. Avon Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about the dear. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alba's immigration screening area, correct? I really hope there's something in here that we can use. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. He's there. Uh-huh. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh, isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there is clearly something odd about the bulge. That's what she said. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let's check the footage from Babal's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Hey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is a contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Kochen entering his own country. Wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
Yay!
Oh boy. Ambassador Alba? I thought I asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edward. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. I decide when it's game over, you bastard. No. What did I just say about me deciding when it's game over, you bastard?
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? Yeah, good question. After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. I was full of regrets, you see. So I am heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Star Fox. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edward, and you know it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Paleno. Just a tiny bit is fine with me. There are already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well, if you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further. Ambassador Paleno. Mr. Edward, I wish for is a normalization of relationship between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. Do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Question mark emoji? Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi and about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Kochen. I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicious here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Kochen and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Albaz the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. Really? That's it? That's all you... Really? So, that's your alibi? That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we clear that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it! What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allowed one question. Huh. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edward, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose. Of course. That is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth. Let's have the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. This piece of shit.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no motive to kill Mr. Kochan? If you want to suppose that I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Asshole. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. I hate this guy. Can I just? I really do. I really just. I just hate this guy. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. Well,
Objection!
this. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kochan had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad conscience for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. That's more of my boyfriend's thing. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kochan's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of the Alba's primitive statue. He has too many teeth? He does. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Hypothesizing. Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can kill. What are you? A member of the Minority Report movie? Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ambassador Alba, if you could please just give us a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. My reaction to that? Now he's even turning down our request from Ambassador Paleno. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edward, the Yatarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but what do you? How do you suggest we stop him from leaving? you just leave that to me? Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, why should I recognize that old tattered organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father Bern Faraday left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu ski. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago. Huh. I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is that toy there? That's... This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. But... these 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Albaz right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edward one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, you're the thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information of his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found to go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe with Mr. Edward, he'll come out on top with the end. Okay. I hope you mean that metaphorically, because my boyfriend and I, that's not how it works for us. When the going gets tough, someone's gonna be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose these 2. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all burying a person like me? Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me. Let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. Okay, this is the one testimony that is actually really shitty. I remember this one. Because here's the deal. This entire testimony, if you don't present the right piece of evidence in the right place, this is an insta game over. If you press any of the statements, if I remember correctly, it is insta game over. I'm not joking. The game is shitty about this. The only thing you can do to not lose is present the right piece of evidence. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Albus the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed it, would you agree? It's either that or you get striken, but you get like heavily striken. But I think it was like that one case in, what was it, Justice for All or Trials and Tribulations, where like, the game literally like insta-kill you fail. Like it was one of those. Now since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter, we can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time in any innate questions, and you will be punished. Okay, no, it was just striking, but still, it's not very recommended to get striken in this specific section of the game. It's like, Yeah, no, I think it's Trials and Tribulations where there's one where like if you fail it literally just insta-kill, it's just a game over. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. Yeah, no, it's in just... Yeah, it's in Trials and Tribulations, I think, that happens. But, like, I remember dying to this because I wasn't sure what to present. I know Mr. Kochan was killed before he returned to Babao. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. That's actually not true. You can present this evidence, there's only one evidence to present, but you can present it on a statement 1 or a statement 4.
Objection!
As a matter of fact, I'd like you to take a look at this picture. Look at this photograph. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relationship between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Kochan. I see you recognize it, as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Kochan here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edward. But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionate you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. I think in the original version of Investigations, like I don't know if they changed much of the translation. In the original, he does mention diplomatic immunity specifically. Like that is what the words they use. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a wordless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts! Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Oh, hi, Lang. He's back. Agent Lang! Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. It's gonna take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. You gotta run pretty fast? Kinda, yeah. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the 4 down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity, oh there it is, has just been revoked. What do you mean revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Lang Shi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the next shield of first. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial Household of the Kingdom of Albast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial Household. You! What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? 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 Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. Video that you have to protect it. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, then I thought I'd strip you of that title. He underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the Tainment philosophy, Lang Shi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Whoa, looks like it's docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. Oh, what a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Do you really think you can pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us. So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Kurchen in the theater. With a gun. I mean a knife. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, that claim that he was killed here is itself odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over here? Huh, preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Oh god, we're still going? Oh, okay. Like, there's supposed to be a save point sometime soon? I say sometime soon, but that's like... Let me check. Oh god, there's 3 more parts to his testimony before the next save point. Are you kidding me? Oh god, you know what? Can I? Yeah, I can save. Okay, you know, gang, Chad, we're finishing tomorrow. Chad, this is too much. Chad, we're finishing tomorrow. We've been 30 minutes over time. I think it's a good time to stop. We'll finish this tomorrow. I kinda knew that it was long. I just had forgotten the investigation part, but there's literally like 5 or 6 more parts to this guy's testimony, and the next save point is after 3 more, if I'm remembering correctly from the list of save points, like obligatory save points. So we'll finish this tomorrow. We're finishing Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, the first one, tomorrow. Oh boy, this guy is, I'm emotionally damaged by him. But anyway, that's for tomorrow. Thank you everybody for being here. I don't think I'm gonna start Investigation 2 immediately after we finish Investigation 1. I'm probably gonna play something else and then Investigation 2. I'll see what. I don't know, I have to think about it. But, we are doing Investigations 2 eventually. I just need a couple of weeks to fix my voice. I need to fix my throat. What else? I still don't know if I'm gonna have a job next month because my life is incredible and shit happens. So I might go back to the usual schedule depending on how that works. But well, that's for later. That's for a couple of weeks in the future. We'll see. But anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for the ending of Ace Attorney Investigations 1. which is mostly me dealing with Quercus alba. I am not kidding, he's 90% dealing with Quercus alba. He's a pain in the ass. And if we have extra time, I don't know, I'll play some Little Witch in the Woods. Probably. We'll see. Bye, everyone.